Blowout. Miles, Winters, Nimby, how's you guys doing? I apologize. Tanyasta, look on, how's you doing? Anyway, so, last stream we had a moment where where I tried to finish a quest. And the guy just suddenly became hostile. I got very curious about why that was. So I opted... he became almost, some would say insanely hostile even. Anyway, so I'm gonna roll back to an earlier save. Honestly, that wasn't too far from it anyway, so we're not losing too much progress. In game, I only lost like, what is it? Like, not even a day. But yeah, so I figured out what he, also, yeah, welcome to your man. So I figured out what the problem was that was causing him to go hostile. My companions were attacking him. Yeah, so the small army that follows me around at all times was being a little bit being a little bit too funny for their own good. So the solution then is have everyone wait.
It is done.
And then we go deal with this guy. And because I'm a good noodle, I will instead opt to roll for a critical success pickpocketing attempt. Okay, and then I talk with this guy and it should be good. Let's see. What is it? Who you be? Who might you be? He looks at you intently, unsuccessfully attempting to focus on you. I am the Honorable, sure, not necessary, Esquire. Weird spot for the couch. What do you mean, something also? Oh, you talking about over there? That's the reading area. I'm here to deliver a message to you from Tom Grok. What? Oh, how does that all toss around now? He's waiting at the Kensington Broadway kiosk for you. Oh, he did, eh? He reached for and saves himself at the last minute before falling on top of you. Stupid bourgeoisie businessman. Let him wait. This guy's based. Alright, no, he's actually cringe because he's anti-capitalist. Sounds like a little gobbledygook if you ask me. Bruh! How's he involved in that? It becomes obvious that his drunkenness is a ruse as he quickly grabs you. Who are you? Why did you lead him here to me? Talk quickly before I kill you. Well, what are you talking about? I've never seen Grok use women before, but you were working for him, weren't you? I met him on the street. He asked me to do him a favor, that's it. He pauses for a moment, looking at you. I may be insane, but I believe you. Now get out of here before I change my mind. Wait, what was this all about? We can't talk here. Follow me. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Seriously, that just happened. I'm looting this. Nothing to loot. I mean, he's wearing clothes, isn't he? Like, I can't at least steal his clothes so that, we just, because we need to be disrespectful to the corpse, obviously. No, we gotta steal everything. We gotta steal everything.
What is it that you want? I'm ready to get going when you are.
Okay, how's my inventory looking? Not good, honestly. Let's hope that none of the NPCs in the street steal my stuff. And they're very low rights, so we gotta be quick about this. Seriously? Of all the things, I freaking end up actually throwing it right so it does some damage to Sog. Then the decoy. Okay, we got our team back in order. I think that's everything. Well, if it isn't everything, feels like everything enough for me. Now let's go talk with Mr. Sasari. My name sounds pretentious. Okay, we can talk here. What's going on here? Who are you? Who left a spray plastic explosive on the ground? Yoink. Walks up to a funeral, starts shaking pocket. Look. Clearly, you've never been poor, okay? That's just what poor people do. Yeah, if you see a corpse and you're in Arcanum, never expect it. Like, seriously. I can't give you those answers. Yet. Suffice it to say, I'm part of something that, well, even I don't really rightly know exactly all that I'm a part of. It's safer that way in case I'm caught up, but I do know a few things I can tell you if you prove to me that you can be trusted. It looks like I'm going to need your help now that my presence here has been compromised. And how do I do that? Well, this may sound strange to you, but I'm here in Turin to recover the skulls of the Renar Siamese twins. The skulls are evidence that, well, I will fill you in if you bring them to me. Okay, how do I find them? Well, now this becomes difficult. The skulls have been interned in the mausoleum in Turin Cemetery, but when I went looking for them, they were already gone. So where would I look for them? I do not know. I believe they're still in Turin in a warehouse somewhere, waiting to be shipped out. Okay, so we gotta look for a random pair of skulls. Also, I remember something you asked me to bring these skulls once before, and it turned into a bit of a problem. But I didn't find them then. Eddies, what eddies? Maybe I should just go break and entering into every single warehouse I see. The door has a lock on it? Not anymore. Because, you know. I'm just doing what I'm doing. Actually, I guess I may as well make another dynamite. Did they pick the lock? No, they stole it. You know, there's two styles of locksmith in the world. I sure do hope that Mr. Ogre over here doesn't start thinking weird thoughts. So I may just ended up killing another quest. Wow, he literally died for nothing. I don't see a single interactable container in this building. Alright. Locked.
What is it that you want of me?
Maybe Mr. Ogre has a key? Nothing to loot. Well, can never go wrong with dynamite after all. Also, Miles, what time is it even? Ah! First try! I'm actually kind of surprised I managed to find it on my first try. That not expected. I kind of figured it was more of a I probably just destroyed a quest. No, instead it's just went around breaking and entering into random places. Found what I was looking for. Also, these skulls do not look Siamese, like Siamese twins. Oh, unless they were unless they were connected between. Ah, Blaine777, welcome, Steven. I've only got Virgil, and Sog. And then a bunch of automatons and a little illuminated decoy friend who is honestly just there for emotional support. Emotional support. Also, Carslin, soy Maverick. ¿Cómo se dice? Okay, about the skulls. Excellent. This is the break we've been looking for. You're going to tell me what's going on there now. No? I can tell you what I know. And a man named Arthur Tyrant can fill you in on the rest. Please continue. Some years ago, bizarre breeding experiments had begun in secret, which would eventually affect the balance of power here in Torrent. The Reynard twins are the first viable offspring produced by these experiments. Their skulls are simply the first piece in a long chain of evidence we are gathering to expose them all. Who's doing this? What was the purpose of these experiments? I have told you all I dare. Tyrant can fill you in on the rest. I need you to bring in the skulls, if you would. It would be far too dangerous for me to search them out. I've already spoken with him. He's using. I don't want to know. It's better that way. Please, make haste and bring in the skulls. He looks concerned. If you're able to find them, they might have as well. Yeah, he was just over at the library. Oh, I didn't realize that the skulls were related to that quest. I am a technological guide. I got power armor. I got machine servants. I got a guy who won't shut up and keeps worshipping the ground I walk on. I have everything I could ever need. It's a pasty-faced human harlot thing and seeing this wall, it's right through our section of town without paying the piper. How about 25 coins, you boring sot, eh? You gotta use me. Why do they call me boring? What do people think you are? Perhaps I will simply leave instead. No, that's not the way this works. So you see, you give us money or we cut your throat, simple. Eh? Personally, I prefer the third option. I prefer watching our life bleed from your ugly corpse. You see, this is why we like half ogres in this town, but not orcs. Okay. This in and of itself, okay? Now, it's the two favorite pastimes in Arcanum. Killing gnomes and killing orcs. Anyway. Bro, why do these guys have literal garbage? I know the guy I'm looking for is in the university somewhere. Was he? Benjamin Gershwin. Oh wait, maybe it's the museum. Hold on, is it over? Ah, the Zoological Society, that's what it was. Keeping the orcs out of the Shire. Oh yeah, that has been the meme, hasn't it? That's because, unironically, the primary reason why half ogres are actually kind of respected in the world is honestly, it's just because they're big and scary. Wait a second, maybe it wasn't in here. Arthur Triton. Wait. Okay. If that door like locked or whatever on me. Admittedly, that would have been funny if it did, though. Also, for what it's worth, it doesn't hurt that about. Please give me the skulls. I need to have them. Reputation can be made by saying it's dangerous to have the skulls. I cannot in good conscience give them to you. I'm sorry, but no, good day, okay. Okay, wait, no, that's not who it was. Wait, where's Arthur Triton then? I'm assuming he's supposed to be in Torrent somewhere. You know what the funny thing is? I've actually met him. Like, all I'm saying is, orcs kind of have a bit of a thing with having anger issues. You know, so who's the bad guy there? I'm just saying. No, it's documented. Let's see. HT pornos. Not the bad fair. Welcome, Zeben. Welcome. The name does sound familiar, though. Can't remember where I was. Oh, he's in Blackroot. Okay. Okay. That actually does simplify things a bit. Hold on. Is it the glasses seller guy? Wait, no. No, that's Ashbury. Never mind. Never mind. I'm being stupid. I'm being dumb. Actually, I think I take the ship to get over. After all, why waste all that time going to a place when instead I can just... Because I'm pretty sure... Hold on. Lava map. Pay a fortune for it. Yeah, no, my favorite is how the decoy has to get his own ticket as well. Even the decoy needs a ticket. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Anarchy! welcome. Zeven. Zeven. I'd assume so, yes. Oh, wait, the train does go to Blackrock. Oh my god, the same paying for a train that I'm not gonna bother using. So. Arthur Triton is who I'm looking for. Was he the gnome? Was he the gnome who didn't want me to molest him? Don't know why I constantly talk about not wanting to be molested though. He was a strange gnome. A very strange gnome. Nah, that wasn't him though. It's just 2 gold a hedge wizard. I mean, I could pack the automatons in my carry-on luggage, but that's kind of its own issue. No, and then where do we go with anything there? Okay, I guess we're just waiting for morning then. Okay. So wait, Blackguard is an inventor? No, no, it surprises me for whatever reason. I really don't know why, though. Whatever. It's the random steam engine in one of these buildings. Nah, it's not the place there. Gee, there's the Black Girl Mayor. Not really going anywhere with that. So where is his address? Does he even have an address? Wait, do I name them? Why the ugly bastard's name? We can't remember that address is homeless. That's true. That is true. Eek. I'm sorry, Lyles. I hope things are better now, at least. Not a single Arthur. Hey, how many chickens to go away to get some free food? Not all. The chickens don't ask you to pay for the eggs.
Greetings.
No, that's Hero.
Me? The name's Payne. Franklin Payne. Adventurer, explorer, scientist, and honorary doctor in the... Oh, blast all of it. Just call me Franklin and let's be done with it. So good to make your acquaintance.
Well met, Franklin. Do you have a few moments?
Of course.
What are you doing in Blackout?
Oh, just stopping in for supplies. That, and I've just, added another head to my collection here in the den. Finally bagged myself a howling bog dweller up in the dark fens. 20 feet of him, and bloody tough, too. They almost shipped me home in an ice barrel.
What happened?
Well, wouldn't you know it, my blunderbuss old Mary gave up the ghost just as the beast was charging. Have you ever seen a raging howler set his sights on you? Enough to give you a good case of the muckies, eh? And so, I just turned old Mary around and used the stock as a club. Things were hairy for a moment or two, but I finally got the better of the beast. Right, and there you have it. Smashing good time. Smelly bastard, though.
You said you're stopping supplies. Supplies for what?
Why, for whatever the next adventure is, my good friend. One can never be too prepared, you know. My kingdom for a compass and all that. Well, we're pushing off at first light. Or was it the day after tomorrow? Well, whichever. It's a big world out there, full of mystery and danger. No time to waste. Yes, of course. Adventures? Mine? Well, there's really not much to tell. Bloody newspapers are always blowing these things way out of proportion. You'd think they'd never heard of a man fighting a pair of fire giants with his bare hands. Standard fare, really. Nothing
Still, I'd like to hear some of them.
Oh, well, which adventure do you want to hear about?
The fire giants.
Right. So, there we were. Captain Teach and I, hundreds of miles away from the mainland. The bloody volcanic serpent.
Wolfie, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raid. Welcome.
And the dreaded shade sharks below, as big as the gypsy shadow herself. Half the men were on their knees on the deck, praying for a quick and painless death.
And so, what happened?
Well, I was there to get some fire gems. And so, that's just what I was going to do. Unfortunately, the fire giants who owned them weren't being very cooperative. you ever spoken with a fire giant? Breath like the rear end of a dreadhound bitch in heat. And bad grammar to top it off. Really?
And how do you get the gems?
Well, like a complete idiot, I'd forgotten old Mary was on the boat. All I had was an old rusted sword. I realized that was bloody useless after the first swing, so I tossed it aside. Now, normally, I'd not resort to fisticuffs with a family of fire giants. But, what was I to do?
Okay, now that
With
go.
a bit of luck, a few well-placed blows, I was running back to the boat with a handful of fire gems. Enough to scare a man out of his skivvies. But a brilliant time all around. Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Oh, well, if you must.
Most valuable thing
Well,
ever
I
covered.
don't know if you're a religious sort, but every now and again I'll do some work for the Panari Church. They've always got work for a man who's not afraid to, dirty his hands.
And what sort of work have you done for the church?
Legend told that one of the barbarian tribes in the south worshipped a smooth black rock, and the church got a burr in its bustle about it. They were convinced it was the Eye of Krakatoa, and that's not just its name. It's really supposed to be the eye of the bloody demon. They say old Nasruddin popped it right out when he banished the bugger to the void. Imagine that.
So what'd you do?
Well,
Yeah,
know,
Krakatoa!
Superstitious bunch. Couldn't go
Yeah, what
another
gonna
morning
be?
without kissing the damn
How's the
thing.
stream?
So, needless to say, they weren't at all happy when I showed up dressed like one of their bone-nosed witch doctors and plucked it right out from under their noses. The whole damn
I like this
floor
guy
was
though.
after me.
He's a stereotypical British safari man.
So, you see, I knew that close by was an ogre village. Bloody disagreeable bunch as well. And ogres aren't the most tolerant gents to begin with. So, I ran as fast as I could right through the ogre village, screaming obscenities and making a general nuisance of myself. And those ogres came out just as the barbarians were coming through. What a sight! I almost doubled over laughing. Brilliant!
I indulge plenty in some more questions.
Yes, of course. Oh, just stopping in for supply. Well, wouldn't you? And so I just turned old Mary around and you... I'm sorry. I don't think I heard you correctly, madam. Are you calling me a liar?
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Right. Up with your fists, then. We'll see what you're made of.
You know what? You know what? Does not pop for being thin-skinned. Okay, I don't know what else to say. Rachel just entered through the window. That's an Arcana moment. And I don't even know what Sog's endgame that was. Like, all I'm saying is she was a little thin-skinned, you know? I think it would have... You probably would have been fun to have as a companion, though, gonna be honest. Who was it looking for again? Looking for Arthur Tyron. God, the name sounds familiar. But I genuinely don't know where he is. Maybe it's one of these guys? No! One of these guys. No. And now everyone keeps saying the forbidden word. Connie. It is forbidden. I think it's like to steal us or whatever. I don't think it didn't like that stuff though. I remember you when saying the word got everyone in trouble. Well, not everyone, but like people just didn't like it. Maybe not on Twitch, I don't know. It's just kind of like more like a general thing. Like I was like, you know what Connie means, right? And it's just like, yes. Yes. I just got the Giga Chad version. Exactly. Maybe Seaside Salvage? I don't think this guy is a... Yeah, this is a junk dealer. He doesn't have an actual name. Captain's quarters. No, that's not it. I don't think I'll be in here. Nah, you're good, Anarchy. You're good. I appreciate all the many disgusting Aussie sounds in my audience. Each and every one of you sickens me deeply. Any disgusting sounds will be met with swift and flat justice. Yes, only the greatest of violence that a gross OG-san should have to go through. Hold on a second.
What is it that you want of me?
Let's see things, Virgil. So, if I was to... Can I use Restore Life on NPCs? Oh my god, it actually worked! Unfortunately, he still doesn't like me at all, but... That is a notable thing, however. An enormous waste of money, but still. I brought him back to life just so I could kill him again for the street cred.
What is it that you want of me?
Actually, do I have to... That's not the one.
What is it that you want? What is it that you want of me?
Yeah, I got no clue. Maybe in here? There, Diablo. I also just need to note, those are very expensive. No, Raising the Dead isn't exactly cheap, you know. Man, I'm gonna look up where I find this guy, because I'm a little bit curious. Because apparently I've interacted with them before. So now it's got me curious. So let's see here. So maybe this is Darnholm. Oh, he's in Caledine. That's why I recognize the name, but you don't recognize the character, or the fact that you can't find him in Black Girl. Back to the ship. Would have been a nice detail seeing as I've already met him, but still. I've been looking around forever, though. And I wouldn't have received any information to the contrary as to where he actually is. I don't care. Okay? I'll cheat if I have to. In part because honestly, these old games are very stingy when it comes to information. In a way, it's appreciated. In another way, it's frustrating. I think it was Dragon's Head? I like how sometimes the numbers on things make sense. Other times the numbers are weird and redundant. Like, you just get a random 7. Like, okay, cool, but worse. One through the rest of them. Six? 7? 6, 7? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I'm getting close to that. Working for who? He says nothing for a moment. His eyes starting to say, "You know who? The day has finally come. Is that it? Arthur Triton has become too dangerous to be allowed to say aloud. You know, you really should have just said your name out loud like that, but just so you know." This is Sarah sent me, by the way. The skulls. Have you brought the skulls? Yes, here they are. Yes. It is all coming together now. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. What is... I'll uncover the plot, the ramifications of which could bring down the government's deterrent, but I will need your help to finish my work. Is that so? Have you ever wondered where all these half-ogres are coming from? 100 years ago, a half-ogre was a rare thing, usually the result of raping and pillaging. But human women aren't equipped to birth a baby the size of a half-ogre. That is rather strange. I've never thought about it before. They're breeding them. They've enslaved women and are forcing them to mate with ogres, I tell you. Who's doing this? The gnomes of the Industrial Council in Torrent. Haven't you ever noticed that every gnome seems to have at least 1 or 2 half-ogres always following around? They're breeding them for protection. My God. What does this have to do with the skulls? Also, guys, just on the 15 Steam, Stigas are shot. all this. Well, I've been on the trail a long time, I have. And now that you brought me the skulls, I'm ready to close it and grab the proof I need to expose them. It's just that, well, I'm not much in the way of physical prowess. I need someone that can collect the evidence for me. I just don't think I would survive. It is sure to be a treacherous endeavor. Alright, and what does this have to do with the skulls? The Siamese twins are the result of their first twisted breeding experiments. They tried to breed elves with orcs to produce a breed of extremely strong, resilient mages that they could control. This was before it was obvious that technology would one day rule our kingdom, of course. It's kind of ironic because, ogres in particular, are fundamentally incapable of using technology due to their very big fingers. Am I? Ah, frick! I messed up. Dude, you should have gone that earlier. You should let me know about this. This is what happened. I feel dumb now. I feel dumb now. Let's learn something only viable offspring to come from those experiments. They were scheduled to be put to death, but they disappeared from the laboratory before their termination could take place. They appeared in high society some 20 years later. We believe they must have been under the protection of powerful allies of ours in the council. For them to survive that long. I could possibly help you. What do you need to do? Then my researcher discovered the most likely location for this breeding facility is a small island I dubbed Half-Ogre Island near Thanatos. You'd need to find a way into their laboratories to bring me some evidence I could use to expose them to the world. You piqued my interest. I am very curious. I'm very curious about this. I'm very curious about this weird ogre rape island. There's a lot of tags in this one, anyways. Yeah, we're going to Gnomestein Island. Actually, let me mark your map and look at the island. And don't speak to anyone about this. It could be unhealthy for you and me. Alright, well, let's go to Gnomestein. Ugly bastard. Oh, 100% that is on there. Yeah, you got Ugly Bastard, you got Forced, you got probably like that one where her stomach gets deformed. Interracial completion. This is ultra degen, oh god. It's an ogre rape island, of course it's DJ. This is just like in my anime hentai. Wait, do I have to go to... Dude, do I have to actually go turn to the boats and just be like, could you take me to the island? Hey, ship captain, I need to go to Little Saint Mad Nox's island. I'm looking for passage to Half-Ogre Island. Guys, it's gonna be like, what the frick is this? The frick you talking about Half-Ogre Island? What? I know. Okay. I'm already seeing a lot of dead trees, so I figure this is already off to a pretty scary start. A pretty scary start. Dude, they just left the door unlocked? It's symbolic imagery. It's a weird white and blue building in the distance. Oh! Ah. Well, this is a place on the island. That's a lot of blood. There's also a lot of devices. Many of which I have no clue what they could possibly be used for. And the others. Applegate Laboratory Journal. I should heal, because we're not off to a good start right now. Alright, let's see here. Experiment 1004A Section 5. The male human-female haplogroup coupling produced offspring seems to be an extremely rare occurrence and cannot be depended on for significant numbers. The female human-male haplogroup experiments fare much better, but with 100% loss of host. Oh god. That's, well... Our rate of experimentation has increased with the new influx of the female subjects from the lower part of society. These new hosts cannot even be relied upon to go to term, being in such poor health, suffering from common ailments. Those living in the manor are subject to a healthier sort. Those living in the manor are subject to. A healthier source of subject could be would help immensely, as I have some new surgical ideas I would like to implement, but the subjects I have to work with would not hold up under the knife. Let's see, Experiment 1015E, Section 1. The new surgical techniques we are applying them have reduced the numbers of fatalities by removing the unborn before term. The hosts seem to be viable for 3 harvests before their bodies fail. Let's guide. Some of my less dedicated colleagues have had to be dismissed as they were expressing doubts about our new female host. I have no such compunctions. Once they are here, they are a number to me and nothing more. Scientific advancement would never occur if the weak world were to have their say. Lot of bones. Lot of bones. May as well explore the island a little more. Just... because I don't know if we're gonna be allowed to come back over here. Probably gonna end up finding more places where they dump the corpses. Watch out for the blue and white temple. guess not. Still though, that was concerning to say the least. I guess I should head back. Doesn't look like there's much else to do. God, though. So, that was somewhat traumatizing. God. Still not the worst tag. Look, if you're being honest, you know, worst tag is always going to be something really unfair, realistically speaking. Yeah, it's like if you want to be like, you know, still not the worst tag, it's like, it's really hard. It's really easy to not be the worst tag because the worst tag is just no. There's a Japanese artist who will take the project. For what it's worth, I've heard of, you know, there are more depraved, female-targeted, smut books. So, you know, you can do worse. You can do worse. Who are you? Where's Tyron? I did not know. I was meant to meet him here. We were to exchange information. And what information would that be? Information that is too dangerous to possess. I've been on this same search as Tyron and his colleagues, but I believe I have gone much deeper. What have you discovered? I should be asking that. You have recently acquired something damning to certain parties, have you not? No, what makes you think that I have? I see you're aware. That is smart. As the trail we are following is a dangerous one, you think for a moment. Very well, I will share with you the information I've gathered, and you can decide for yourself whether or not you believe me. I am not certain of how much of this I believe myself, but this is what I found out. Alright. About 55 years ago, a group of gnomes from various parts of our kingdom began to acquire large amounts of money from investments in the new technology. As their wealth and perceived influence began to grow, age-old prejudices began to surface. Gnomes were thought to be miserly thieves. The other races did not trust them to gain power. Okay, listen! Listen! The old god of the gnomes was a god, it was like a patron god of thieves. Don't you sit down and try to tell me that gnomes are anything but dirty crooks. Anyways. Yeah, that's what I mean right there. It's like, you know, this trying to get Mazanagi out this coastline. There were thefts, beatings, and threats. Mysterious letters in the night wanting the little gnomes to keep their place. The gnomes tried human bodyguards to no avail. Any human that would be a bodyguard to a gnome but the term, by definition, an untrustworthy, shiftless sort. At first they tried unsuccessfully to breed elves and orcs into some bestial magic hybrid to do their bidding. The Siamese twins. Exactly, but you know all about that, what happened to them now, don't you? It was a foolhardy idea to begin with, at any rate. Orcs have a natural dislike for gnomes, and gnomes needed something much more docile. The next obvious choice seemed to be the half-ogres. tired of being hunted and the promise of large amounts of food gained. The gnomes extremely loyal bodyguards, but there was a problem. A half-ogre was a very rare thing in those days, and with a good scientific reason for being so. And the gnomes without bodyguards are used to be used as leverage against those protected. The greatest concentration of these gnomes were in Torrent, which is still a monarchy at the time. They pleaded with the king for his help, but the last thing the king wanted was a group of rich banker gnomes with powers in his kingdom. The beatings continued, and the king and his court turned a blind eye to their plight. This is when, let's call him Mr. X, decided to act. Mr. X? Yes, he hired a prostitute to go home with him one evening, and he locked her in his basement, where he also happened to be keeping a full-blooded ogre. You can imagine what happened then. She died giving birth, as was to be expected, but Mr. X now had his future bodyguard. He recruited some other gnomes, and the kidnappings began in earnest. What happened then? For safety's sake, they set up a breeding laboratory on the island you visited. Their plan wasn't working out as well as they had hoped, as the women all died giving birth. And the more prostitutes that disappeared, the more the authorities were looking into their affairs. They decided to try surgical means of delivery, but the women were too sickly to survive that. This is when the king's hirelings discovered what was happening. Unfortunately for the king, though, the gnomes had become incredibly rich in this time, rich enough, in fact, to purchase the king's murder and kidnapping of the queen and her young son. Rumors began circulating, pointing to the queen as the killer of her husband. The queen was brought to the island, wasn't she? Yes, she was the patient in the first successful operation. She mothered 3 before she passed, I believe. Soon after the Industrial Council gained power in Torrent, the disappearances of prostitutes began to slow down, but a mysterious rash of disappearance of the wives and daughters of political enemies of the council began. That's horrible. They only lasted for a short time, however. They had now bred enough half-ogre females to no longer need to rely on human breeders. They have hundreds of them now, kept in cages on a breeding farm somewhere. They could keep this whole thing in a cloud of mystery by releasing half-truths, lies, and even real information through unstable individuals like Tyron. So no one believes any of it. Exactly. Everyone believes it to be the imaginings of madmen and paranoids. Is this all true? That's a good question, but we must not be too anxious to believe it because we want it to be true, or too anxious to disbelieve it because we want it to be false. We must remain neutral in our decisions of whether it's true or not. Is it true or is it not? None of it is true. Well, maybe some of it. I'll bring proof to the press. I'll expose this whole thing. What do you have? Nothing. You have a journal that was left for you to find on purpose, which could have been written last week. What have you seen? Why I believe you saw an abandoned warehouse, nothing more, save for a twisted imagination. Say what a twisted imagination made it out to be. Why are you doing this? We need more converts to spread the word. You might have had real information, but now you don't know anything. What have I told you that is real? Feel free to tell anyone everything that I've told you. I'm sure the press would love to hear your story. Perhaps. Good day to you, man. It's been a pleasure. Hey, let's just kill him. And this is why we don't like dirty gnomes. Well, I guess that's kind of why the trail goes cold. I do have some skulls though to sell. I guess I'll go sell them to that one scientist over at the over back in Torrent for 200. when you see a gnome, you'll notice the half ogre from guide. We don't like gnomes in this household. Oh. We got a speech. Speech. I need to head back to Toronto to verify whether or not our friend is dead. He probably is, though. Also, I want to stress that. Though, by the way, I saw something weird. Looked to be like a. I think it was maybe like an orc or an ogre thing. Anyway, boy, we have a story for Asanagi. Yee. Bah! I know how to do it. That we do. I don't hate the half ogres. I hate the gnomes, though. Yeah, keep in mind, the queen was the first test subject to survive having at least 3 half-ogre children. I wonder whatever happened to our son now. Probably nothing good. Wonder if I should go over to the Torrentian office. You know, let's go check that out. Let's see here. Might be able to give him the story at least, you know, for some cash. It won't do anything, most likely. I have evidence of a conspiracy you may be interested in. What do you mean conspiracy? Is this some type of jest? The Industrial Council has been illegally breeding half-ogres. Oh, and I suppose you have proof of this. I do. By the gods. Quick, put it away. He hands it back to you. This is dangerous, do you hear me? I can't take it here. Bring it to the office in Caledon. Sam Longwell will help you with this. Oh god! He freaking believed me immediately. Like, what the frick? Also, I'm gonna be honest, and that freaking explanation that one gnome gave on the whole thing. I'm just saying, it kind of like. Kind of does turn into a bit of a, what did they mean by this? But you gotta remember, like, you know, But you gotta remember, like, male human, female ogre doesn't really create many, half ogres. Okay, so we're gonna go to Caledon. Also, I've noticed that, so, my best guess here is that the helm of the ship is actually supposed to be an NPC. Well, I mean, if there was if they didn't have the female half ogre breeding facility, then the facility on Half Ogre Island would have still been intact. reading Reddit. Maybe there's a good reason you can't play a female half ogre. Okay, there's two reasons. One, kind of plot related. It's the same reason why you can't play as a female dwarf. Two, also just they didn't have enough time. Let's say I was interested in the story. By the gods, this is stunning. I can make my reputation with a story like this. If you leave this with me, I'll print it in its entirety. It'll be the start of the century. What will you pay me for it? What are you adjusting on the journalist salary? I'd give you 100 coins. What do you say? Ugh. Can't help but feel like this is just gonna end up going nowhere. Whatever. I cannot believe this. This is what I've been waiting for. I'll write this up now and get it in tomorrow's paper. I'll really come back the next day and Sam's gonna just be dead. I don't trust it either, but in all honesty, I don't know what else I could do with the book. He's going to shoot himself with a bow and arrow. Yeah, he's gonna shoot himself in the back of the head with 2 arrows. We're gonna find it with 2 arrows in the back of his head. That's how it's gonna go. It was clearly a suicide, yes. It was very obviously a suicide. It's very tragic that we couldn't get to him in time. It's at least better than ogre backshots. But you want to know what the truth of the matter is? What do you mean I'm not sure I don't want to stick around? No, that's fair. That's fair. Well, the Cesare is gone. He's probably dead too. Is the endgame killing all the gnomes? That would be pleasing, yes. Anyway, so why are female half ogres not playable? Same reason why female dwarves and gnomes aren't playable. And halflings. Not, they ran out of time. It's called budget cuts. Look it up. Budget cuts. Very tragic, honestly. noticed that when you're interacting with the helm of the ship, it actually does give a it does show a thing as you're talking with an NPC when the box shows up. Anyways, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back in just a minute. Ah, I'm back. Sorry about that. Anyways, see here. So is he dead? What do you mean? What do you mean you hope they invited him to show the whole class? I didn't. I never made him to show the whole class. Cause then the whole class will go asking for more. Who are you? Where's Sam Longwell? Who? My name is James Liggett. I work here. If I don't know any Sam Longwell. He was working here. I spoke with him. You see, he was a reporter. Oh, no. I was sent in on a wild goose chase that day, tracking down a mysterious anonymous tip that was wired to me. Someone is playing us for fools. Well, dang. I guess I can't say I'm too surprised. That's well, I've read some outlandish tales in my day, but that'll just be the wildest. Ah well. For what it's worth, it's a classic example of nothing ever happens anyways. They only benefit. My best guess is Sam Longwell just stays there until you know he goes away. Because I think the main moral of the story with this one, with this particular mission, is that nothing ever happens. be kind of cool, honestly. But when it's worth though, they couldn't do a sequel nowadays, because that'd just be bad. Like, all I'm saying is, the truth is that it doesn't really matter what happens. The gnomes have basically ensured that they have done everything in their power to ensure that they maintain their power at all costs. Anyways, I'm gonna go give these skulls to a I'm gonna go give these skulls to a random to that one guy who wanted the skull. You know what? You know what? You know what? When this is over, I'll go looking for all the gnomes in Turin to kill. I think that'd be a good way to end this game. Honestly, maybe I should just head over to start prepping for the endgame stuff. Ooh, the mechanized gun schematic! Let's go! Let's see, modern day weapon is reach the proverbial pinnacle. Even the mechanized... Enter the mechanized gun. Make the combined submarine chamber on a repeater rifle. This technological terror will rain down a barrage of bullets on enemies in less time than it takes to butter a crumpet. Fantastic. For what it's worth though, the one I'm actually really wanting to look for is the flamethrower. That's the one that I kind of was trying to go for. Cause I just think it'll be nice, you know? Have I been stocking up on fuel for it? I mean, not really, but I don't think it'll be that difficult to get a hold of. I don't think it was that inefficient, and fuel's pretty common of a resource. Coins. He bites his nails nervously for a moment. Okay, I'll take them. Here you go. Splendid. Here is your payment. I want to commence my research right away. Thank you so much for your help. I probably just condemned this man to death. I think he's a gnome though, so I don't think it matters. Like maybe we should just let the main villain. Maybe we should just let him resurrect. And then when he resurrects, we'll have him. We'll just let him kill all the gnomes. At least they got the pleasure of killing a gnome in the end. Also, it seems that I've lost one of my automatons. This is an unfortunate development. One that I am afraid must be rectified. But look, I think one of the main takeaways for this quest should also be Alex Jones is always right. Give me one time that Alex Jones was wrong, and I'll give you a lot of times he was right. Ah, Cheez-Its. The chemicals in the water is real. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. You got Alex Jones who's of course Alex Jones is always right. He's the best handlers. You know what, Diablo? That's fair. Wait, what am I looking for again? Right, you gotta get all the pieces together to make a fine. Thank you, that boss chicken on key. Wait, what I need? Okay, I need a mechanized arachnid. And that was large gear, small steam engine. Okay. Now I remember. Kobo, welcome. Models made by Winters. The thumbnail. Later, their shot. You have a nice day. Hope work is good. Alright, so these. Buy the big gears. pocket watch parts because they're good. Bah! I wish this didn't been Samurai back in 23. Oof, that sucks. But yeah, but I think that the main thing of that quest is that there really is no actual win state with it. I don't think that there is a scenario in which you actually do manage to get the story out there. Though I am fairly convinced though that gnome was 100% gaslighting the entire time, just with a lot of his stuff there. Forgot to buy the leather armor. Mr. Dwarf, I have come to buy more dwarven steel for my automaton collection. So better eat. Alright, Zito, since the mic is. Alright, so you buy some dwarven steel. And now I just need leather armor and I should be able to make an automaton. Also, where's my inventory? I'm very close to being over encumbered for whatever reason. Not really know how specifically. It could be a bit more I don't know, I guess... my strength stat is just non-existent, I guess. Neither it is, still. I mean, Cheez-Its, I said earlier. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, so on topics. Topics. Guys. Highguard is dead. They killed Highguard. Guys, I can't believe it. They killed Highguard. They killed Highguard. Yeah, I don't imagine Marathon's gonna do much better. Did admit though. It is kinda wild though, Highguard did end up becoming Concord too. Yeah, but it's kinda funny cause the Highguard is certainly not the best game ever. I wanted to speak to you about Sam Longwell. Who? I'm afraid I don't know any of that name. You told me to give him the journal. You must be delusional. I told you no such thing. Oh, I see how it works now. I'll have to make sure to kill him later. He's a part of it after all. Marathon or the Highguard? Highguardian Spice. First thing that came to my mind. I'm gonna be honest. I think the game would have done a bit better if they picked a different name for it. Of all the names you decide to go for, you decide to go for the one that can literally be interpreted as Overwatch. Hi, guard. almost tragic when you sit down and really think about it. And there we go! Wait. Oh, what? Okay. Yeah, I find it really funny too, because I don't think the game would have been as much of an outright failure as it would have been. Like, if it wasn't for the Game Awards, I don't think the game would have been as much of a failure as it was. Wait a second. Over here. Yeah, machine plate mail is just delete plate plus minute Steamworks. But I don't need to make any more machine plate mail because I already have enough. My old team is already wearing it. Night, Diablo! I hope the year day is good too. Fair statement, Astral Cataclysm. Fair statement. I'm actually somewhat excited too, because I'm gonna be starting on what's it called? Menace. Actually, you know, one thing that actually is another benefit of Highguard being the failure that it was. Tencent probably lost money on that project. Let's go! Tencent losing money! It's the little things. But the little things are what keep us going. Shut up, Anarchy. Anyways. Gonzo! Welcome! You missed us learning where all the half ogres came from. It's not a pretty place. How do you know? Except it's not regular rape. It's industrial rape. Propagated by the gnomes. I never did like the gnomes. With their big noses and funny hats. We also don't like orcs either. So it leaves me with some conflict, cause orcs also don't like gnomes. So I'm in a bit of a weird spot. It's like I hate orcs and I hate gnomes. Anyways, let's go to the Vendigrath Wastes. Hopefully it doesn't end up resulting in our death. It might though. Alright, Mr. Orc Ringleader. I need to give you a brief disclaimer here. Half-orcs. I mean half-ogres. Half-orcs don't like gnomes. But like, alright, let's take a look at the scenario here, okay? Ogre, or sorry, not ogre, orc. An orc is trying to extort me for 200 coins, while me, my two companions, all wearing power armor. And alongside us, there's 3 automatons, all of whom have the basically knives for hands. You have follied, good sir, and you would be best. You would be best. You should really consider turning back now and not dying. The Darwin Awards thanks you for your sacrifice. No, like, I'll give some of the other ones at least something in regards to the fact that, like, you know, they at least don't normally, like, they don't try to solo it, you know? What is it? What's your name, sir? I am Waldo Rubin, a renowned halfling adventurer at your service. What are you doing here, Waldo? A halfling adventurer? He pulls himself up to his polite and attempts to look you in the eye. What are you implying? I can adventure with the best of them. It's just that most halflings aren't much for adventuring is all. Oh, well, I actually find most halflings to be on the boring side. No thrill in their lives, nor do they want any. Perhaps you'll allow me some questions. Can you tell me of your adventures? I always love to speak of my adventures. I'm going to share with you if you find anything interesting in your travels. Well, yes, I found a very interesting device in a foray near here. It holds a rather small, peculiar item for you to look at. I found this in some old ruins out in the wastes, really. Yes, the ruins are made of a metal of a sort I've never encountered before, but there was all manner of junk around and inside them. I found this device while rummaging through it. See. Some nasty lizards must live underneath it because they swarmed at the noise and I had to retreat a ways. I had to expect danger in this line of work. Ever seen any cities in the wastes? Well, it's pretty empty out there. And I haven't been exploring all that long, but I found this one city out in the waste, surrounded by shifting sands. No roads led into or out of the place. There was no obvious entrance, so I climbed the surrounding wall from the vantage that I could see the whole place. Yeah, there are a lot of people inside, a lot of different races. Everyone was wearing robes and acting very polite and all. Did you go inside? No, I climbed back down and left. Bigger folk have their own ways, and I won't be disturbing them. Oh my god! Did the old gear actually end up coming in useful? That's great, give it to me now. Mark on your map. What kind of monsters is in the desert? Giant spiders with the upper body of a woman. That wasn't the strangest thing. Once I saw the darnest thing. Deep in the desert, I saw a rock stand up and move about. I swear it looked at me too. Did you speak to it? Don't be absurd. I took off my hat, bowed graciously, and it left it to its own devices. Classic halfling moment right there. By the way, I want to note that those gears have been in my inventory for so long. It's not even funny how long those gears have been just sitting in my inventory. I've been holding on to those for basically ever. Sismi, welcome, Steven. Oh wait, Tula! I think that's where the werewolf carrot can be found. It's not a him. It's a her. That might make it worse for some though. Pencil stands. I know, you better think werewolves. Wait, no, this is Eva we're talking about. Australia's pretty wild, not gonna lie. Not evil spider ladies. He looks you over before responding. Ah, it is you. Jorian told us to be expecting you. You may enter. Thank you, Boo. It's Jorian. And what is this place? Jorian is the diviner. He is inside waiting for you in this... Oh, he's gone. I actually did that thing I don't like doing. Mostly because... there's nothing worse than actually turning off your guy. We are honored to have the Pure of Heart visit Chuli. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm a good noodle. Minus a couple of gnomish spines that I've crushed over the years. But honestly, that was probably me doing a good thing. Wait, what? Salt balls and egg together. What? I am not. No, I'm not. Wait, you weren't. May I ask you what called you, Master? Mistress of Temporal Magic. How do you feel about technology? Technology is an insignificant movement among the lesser races. There's nothing from these technologists that would even begin to compare with my abilities. There's nothing more than a passing fancy. An interesting opinion. Thank you for sharing it with me. You know what? I would like to be a what's the word? Not. I want to be an intellectual. Alright? Intellectual discussion matters. No, but do you think that you missed a funny quote? Ah, okay. Okay. No, thank you for your time. You see, I disagree that the very concept of that magic could even possibly exist. However, as an intellectual, may I ask a college master? Summoning! Ah! I am Harold Sumner, Master of the Summoning College! That's a very unfortunate combination of name and profession. Ah! That really unfortunate combination of name and profession. Sumner. His name is Sumner. He summons. What is your name, Summoner? Summoner? Ah. I sense there's a white woman in one of those rooms. I sense it too. Is that a Dalmatian? I am Dorai, Master of Necromantic Black. Please explain Necromantic Black to me. I'm not gonna finish that joke. Necromantic Black is common control of both man and bestial magic. It is the most powerful form of magic, even transcending the boundary between life and death. It is not a magic to be trifled with. Very interesting. I don't need to concentrate to kill people. There's always the option to be kind of a jerk. No, and it's just like, look, man, I think that while magic and technology are intrinsically not possible, greetings, white woman. What do you do? Master of nature. For what it's worth, I think it's the other way around, lady. No, I'm just saying, I think it's nature that's mastered you, not the other way around. Annie, welcome, sleeping. For what it's worth, Anarchy, that was one joke that kind of, kind of was a bit on the obvious side. Now, anyone could have made that joke. Oh, welcome. What's it even? Oh, okay. old wizened figure doesn't react to your approach. You cannot be certain he has even seen you. Excuse me? Ah, it is the Wanderer. You are here to speak with Simeon Tor. I am. A wry smile crosses his face. He continues as if you had not spoken. Before you may see him, you must do something for me first. It is vital information. The fate of our kingdom hangs in the balance. That may be. Okay, tell me what I need to do. Go and gaze upon the mural in the main hall. It is near a glowing circle on the floor. I'm certain you have passed it on the way here. And then you may see Simeon Tor. Let's take a look at the mural, but why? Because this is what you were to do. Alright, fine. I'll play the game. I'll play the game. The Mural of Enlightenment. We're gonna see a guy. He's pointing at a castle thing. Honestly, I see it as it's a metaphor for the two ways that you can go down in life. Okay, like this guy right here, he's pointing at the city of the future over here. You get this area over here, this is not where you want to live. It's a bad city. Bad city, bad country. You will be stabbed. And it'll probably be by a half ogre. Or half orc. This one, however, this is the good city. This is the good city. And he's pointing to it because as a mage, he lives forever in depression that he cannot live in a city like that because he's a dirty, no good, fake magic person. And yeah, exactly. Magic isn't real. Okay, let's is that all? That's all you needed. Oh yeah, very modern philosopher. You've seen the mural. You may now speak at Simeon Tor. But why do you have me look at the mural? Because this is what you needed to do. I can see this will lead nowhere. Good day. You know, man, I tried to understand and... Dude! Dude, you've been spying on me? What the frick? You've been spying on me! Are you with the gnomes? Important question. Are you with the gnomes?
You've come seeking information?
Austin has sent me to find the location of Vendigoth Thorns.
You are a practitioner of technology.
How does that matter?
And you claim you have seen Nasruddin? I am meant to believe that not only is he still alive, he would use a technologist as his emissary?
Yes.
And he told you to find Vendigroth? Your story rings true, despite its implausibility. I do not have the information you seek, regardless.
Well, it can't help me then.
Pelosium is the only one who can answer that question for you.
By the way, this sounds like the same voice actor from which... Nah, it's an elaborate surveillance system put together by the gnomes to try to figure out who's trying to get who's trying to figure out about the ogre rape island. It's the main pervert's Megan. Why is this one in one of the toilets in Tarant? Don't ask too many questions. Asking for an absolutely not known friend. Are you not surprised they spoke with Nazarudin?
Nazarudin speaks to us all at one time or another.
You don't understand, he's alive on the island of Thanatos.
That is interesting.
Interesting, isn't that a bit of an understatement?
It is intriguing, I will grant you that, but I can only assume that he has his reasons for staying hidden all these years. Who would I be to question the great Nazarudin's motives? If he can keep himself alive for 2,000 years, I am but a gnat compared to him. If you are willing, though, I would be appreciative were you to share your tale with me.
Okay.
Your story rings true.
Huh, listen to my
despite its
room.
implausibility.
On the ship.
But as I have said, Pelosion is the only one who may be able to...
He developed Wi-Fi specifically so he could take his creep status to the maximum level.
How? How is the question, not where. Pelosion is dead. Has been for 1,000 years.
Now listen, if you can get me to his corpse, I might have a way to interact with him nowadays. After all, technology has come a long way. Okay, how do I speak with
No
him?
one knows. Since his death, he has appeared above Pelosion's pool every night at midnight. He floats there for an hour and then fades away. No one has ever been able to coax him to speak. You must find a way to bring his voice forth.
You just go up to the ghost and just be like, no balls. Won't speak, no balls. Okay, I'm gonna suggest that I proceed.
The answers are yours to find, Wanderer. Perhaps Pelosion's history might yield some clues for you.
Alright, what was he?
Pelosian, clairvoyant artist, poet, founder of Tula, and above all, master of summoning. Hearing tales of him in my youth is what led me to summoning, actually.
A lot of summoners in here. For what it's worth, though, Summoner was basically guaranteed to be a master of summoning in his life. He's clairvoyant. What can you tell me about his art?
He was an artist of great talent. His paintings are said to help those who meditate on them become closer to achieving the oneness. His best work, in my opinion, is the aptly named Mural of Enlightenment. Really? That's interesting.
Who's that Dorian Bow, anyway?
Jorian is the master of divination here in Tula. A bit of a clairvoyant in him there is. Jorian never has anyone do anything for no reason. Of that you can be certain. He knows more than he is letting on, I feel.
We'll go see them
It
then.
will do you no good. He has revealed everything he is going to. And if I know him, it was not very much.
Guys just straight up like. Listen, Jorian's very autistic. Trying to get him to talk is very difficult. My recommendation is just to kind of just accept that he's just doing what Jorian does. Yeah, he's nonverbal. He's also really good at gambling for whatever reason. No one knows really. The largest symbol is thought to possibly represent the lost college of magic, but no one can say for sure. He's telling you about his poetry.
His poetry was a bit overwhelming for most, much less lyrical than his paintings. The poems seemed to reveal his inner self in a way few could understand. We don't know his poetry firsthand. Sadly enough, his works have been lost to us. All we have are others' writings about it.
So the answer to making him speak could be in his poetry?
Perhaps, perhaps.
But I start looking.
That is not the way this works. The path is yours to tread, no one else's.
Okay, it was clairvoyant.
Yes, that is why I believe that. Even had he not seen the ruins that you seek with his own eyes, he will be able to give you the answers that you seek. It is believed that his writings and his paintings foretold future events. In fact, much of what he has prophesied has come to pass.
There are things as he
So
foretold.
many things that most refused to believe.
Wow, that's impressive. I can't understand it, disbelief.
I appreciate your humor, but all I can tell you is that things are the way they need to be.
He was the founder of Tula.
Logien was born to great wealth, but his spirit was that of a wandering mystic. It would not allow him to live a life of leisure. When in his travels he found only arrogance, greed, and the thirst for power among the sorcerers of his day, it troubled his soul greatly. He wandered out into the wasteland, and it was here that he found what he was looking for.
Man, are you telling me this is some rich kid who went on a freaking long journey to find himself? God. He's one of those. He was one of those.
Clarity, a singular consciousness, a place he could start a new philosophy of magic.
He sought universal oneness, but in reality, but when his daddy threatened to cut off his credit card, he immediately went back home and actually started trying to be a good son. He achieved enlightenment by listening to a single audiobook by a random guru. Frankly, I don't understand how it happened, but it happened. Nice question, but what am I to do now?
Only you can determine that.
You have time for more questions?
What questions do you have for me?
What are these windows? Are they pictures?
These? No. They are portals to other places, an indulgence. But I find it soothing to gaze through them.
Can they be used to get to those places?
Of course.
Can I use them?
I am afraid not. Someone of your technological aptitude would disrupt the flow of magics involved. It would be deadly, at best.
Thank you. It's supposed to be going home. Alright, I'm gonna drop a save. Cause I mean, I gotta see what happens. Ah, okay, whatever. I don't care anyways. why can't I open the doors? Scissor unlocked, but... That's how we're gonna talk. We just say another $1 billion to the Industrial Council, and then suddenly, and then he says like an anti-gnome racial slur. That's what happened. See, I'm Husband Monk, apprentice mage in the College of Phantasm. How do you do? Let's keep your questions. What can you tell me of Toa? Toa, oh, it's a wonderful place full of strange things and interesting people. If only I did not do all this bloody schoolwork. How's the fellow supposed to enjoy himself if his nose is always in the books? You know how much left? Oh, not really. A few bodies and papers, some illusionary presentations. Nothing all that difficult, of course. There's the final examination. What does that entail? There's a maze underneath Tula. It was built by an illusionist centuries ago. An old elf by the name of Falkin. In order to pass the final exam, I need to retrieve a platinum chalice from the middle of Falkin's maze and bring it back to the master illusionist. Not that I don't think I can do it, it's just that there's so much else I'd rather be doing. Well, no one ever said school was gonna be easy. Perhaps I might be able to assist you. Now there's a possibility. Yes, that just might work out nicely. That way I could run out later with the boys. There's a fireball tourney later this afternoon that I'd love to play in. Fine, I got an old school Scholar Phantasmal fiend around here somewhere. Very good, the skull is yours once you return with the trellis. The entrance to the maze is just out in the courtyard. It's actually made of stone. You'll need this coin in order to pass through it. Ah, this'll be fun. This'll be a fun read. Upon my introduction to the powers of technology, an account by Samuel Stelson Esquire was a certain amount of trepidation that many years ago I accepted an invitation to attend a demonstration on various advances in the field of technology. An event that was taking place at one of Turin's great institutions of learning. I have always believed myself to be a traditionalist, more inclined towards an admiration of the ancient magical arts than any great leap forward in science, manufacturing, or industry. Nevertheless, I swallowed my skepticism, spurred on by my good gnomish friend, Mr. Julius Underwood. That was your big mistake. You had a gnome friend. I decided to attend. Underwood and myself arrived at the venue for the demonstration by carriage, and after presenting our invitations to the hulking half-ogre at the door, we were led along wood-paneled corridors to a small lecture theater. There was already a throng of about 30 present, and I noticed among its numbers fellow members of the press, as well as high-ranking city officials and a representative of the constabulary. In the center of the circular theater, upon a slab, there appeared to be a cadaver, shrouded with a cloth. This apparition filled my already nervous mind with further apprehension, and I stood as much to my companion. Underwood, however, merely chuckled to himself and advised me to take one of the glasses of excellent halfling wine that were being preferred by his servant. He had already consumed two himself, and was halfway through a third. I took his advice. Indeed, the wine was of a superior quality, and turned to see Dr. Robert Haraway enter the room, followed by another servant laden with various bottles and vials. Bye. Harry was an eminent scientist, said by many to be leading the field of discovery, and upon this occasion he was also our host. He was a handsome man around 50 years, with lively blue eyes and silver hair and whiskers. He would seem to be one of the most charismatic members of the technological fraternity, which I assumed was why he was chosen to front the showing of some of its latest advances. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, he intoned to the assembled crowd with a smile. Tonight you will all witness certain things which only weeks ago had been deemed impossible. He paused. Unthinkable, one might even say. And perhaps even then, even certain cynics in the local press will see the advantages that may be gleaned from my work. From the work of myself and my fellow scientists all over this nation. He glanced briefly in my direction as the knowing members of his audience laughed politely. Harley bid us seated and proceeded to talk in detail about recent discoveries in the fields of anatomy, respiration, blood circulation, and the functions of the brain, all the while his assistants were busily assembling a complicated network of bottles and glass tubes into which they poured the contents of various colored vials. When they had finished, Haraway cleared his throat and gripped his lapels lightly. All of this I'm certain you will all find very interesting, but I noticed that everyone's attention at some point rested on the covered cadaver on the slab. He indicated the corpse. Now you will all see how these advances must be put to actual, incontestable use. He pulled the sheet from the slab with a flourish, revealing to us the twisted body of an orc. There were several gasps. The creature is even more horrifying in death than in life. The specimen was shot and killed a week ago by a member of the city's police force. It had attacked a citizen. Haraway walked back to his desk. My assistants have just concocted a mixture of powerful chemicals. These were extracted from other corpses and even other living orcs and humans. Some we have created almost completely ourselves. While I said this, Harvey's assistants connected the final concoction that he had mentioned to a large needle, which he then inserted into the orc's arm. Haraway then lit a burner underneath the liquid and stood back. This, he said gravely, is not magic, I assure you. As the liquid began to boil, the orc's complexion seemed to change. Was it just myself that noticed this? Underwood beside me looked transfixed. After about 10 minutes, I saw the corpse's eyelids flicker. This awful event was evidently noticed by others as more gasps, louder this time, went around the audience. Suddenly, the creature sat upright and looked around. Its eyes were red and terrible. Behind me, a woman screamed. Underwood gripped my arm, and I was grateful for the contact. Do not be afraid, my friends, laughed Haraway. The orc is almost completely brain dead. It cannot harm us. Observe. He walked close to the body. The head turned towards him. Hello there, Haraway said breezily. Good day to you, and welcome back. Without warning, the orc bellowed and swung its arm around, raking its claws across Haraway's face. The crowd recoiled in complete chaos and disarray now. Haraway staggered back, shocked and bleeding. His mouth agape as the orc began to move itself off the slab towards the man that had given it unholy and unnatural life. Before it could strike again, there was a sharp crack from the back of the theater. The creature's chest erupted in a plume of red as the bullet ripped through its reanimated heart. It fell back onto the slab, dead for a second time. I turned to see the grim-visaged police officer holding a smoking gun, Haraway howling as tears streaked down his now scarred face, was led away by his assistants. It had not been the successful demonstration that he had anticipated. As myself and my companions strolled back along the wood-paneled halls, now busy with police, we contemplated the evening's events. Why had the orc attacked? Who can be sure? Perhaps its brain still contained the vicious or evil instinct that had led it to its violent end in its natural life. Underwood smiled and nudged me on my thigh. remind you, gentle reader, that he was a gnome. Yeah, for a minute there I forgot too. I was just like, this only took a bit of a turn. You must be pleased, eh, Sam? He said. You were always skeptical of this kind of thing. That I was, but I did not feel the satisfaction of vindication. One isolated and relatively small event like this could not stop technological progress. It spun on powerfully like one of the steam trains on which it had given rise. Tonight's occurrence was no more than a matchstick placed on the rails. I was even more fearful of what the future held. Dr. Haraway, if you are curious, never worked again. He retired early and went on to live out the remainder of his days in Caledon, far from the scientific advancements that had left him mentally and physically scarred. I'm gonna be honest. Gonna be honest. That book comes off as a little biased. I'm just saying, very biased. Also, I've resurrected corpses and it never ended poorly for me. So honestly, I just think he just wasn't well prepared for what he was doing. I'm just saying. Anyways. Just gotta grab the items here and is that all? work these hours and I'm feeling really tired afterwards. Night, Eepy. I don't really know how the maze is supposed to work. I don't understand how the maze is supposed to work though. Ugh. Don't really know about the layout, honestly, cause niche. Well, it was an honest attempt. Alright, I got no clue. I'm gonna look up. Gabby, look on even. You're back? I don't know you're popping in, honestly. Oh, anyway, so I'm sorry, Oh, is that how it is? Okay, so you gotta wear a specific piece of his equipment. Okay. Okay. So in other words, it's a guessing game. So you can already tell how fun this is gonna be. Okay, fire. Fire. Is there something on these? I mean, the amulet glows like fire, but then again, the helmet looks like it has a, looks like it's got a. Let's try it. Nothing seems to happen. Okay. Aggie! Thank you for the sub! Thank you for the sub! I'm retarded. Boots. No boots. Gloves? No gloves. I'm gonna manage this. Dagger. Nothing seems to happen. Have I tried the necklace? I don't think I tried the necklace. Alright then. Alright, that's an option. Gloves. Zero. I mean, there's the sun. And I guess you don't want the sun on your head, so helmet. Let's see here. There's some wall carpets. Very 60s. Very 60s. Let's try the boots. There's more wall carpets. This one has unicorns on it. Ponies mentioned. You should be afraid. Gloves. Have the gloves worked once yet? I don't think the gloves have worked yet. And then, nothing seems to happen. Okay, ring? Dagger? I have no clue what's going on here, by the way. Dagger. Is this the amulet? No. Cool. gloves. The ring mayhaps. The ring mayhaps. Nothing. Truly, this stands among the most remarkable of puzzles. Every single fiber of my wit is being tested in this very moment. By making me try the classic point and click technique of just try everything with everything. Oh God. Man, I'm sorry, Pharynx. Windows updates are the worst. Riveting gameplay!
What is it that you want of me?
Okay. Things are complicated right now. Mainly just in that I don't think I can get naked without shoes. Yeah, I don't know if I have enough slots for this, so don't need you. I don't ever use fatigue stars anyways.
What is it that you want of me?
Wait a second. Drop them outside, I guess. Nothing happens. Oh wait, okay, I gotta drop another Molotov because I gotta take the ring off as well. Oh, that's unfortunate. The boots. I really don't know where this is going. the gnome steam files, unfortunately the gnomes are, they're too conniving. They're too crafty. It was not possible to release the gnome steam files. The only lesson learned was nothing ever happens. Oh yeah, Felix wasn't here for the Orc Rape Island or Ogre Rape Island. He wasn't able to be enlightened on the truth of the gnomes. And now you should never, ever trust a gnome. Maybe I put on all of them? Okay, now I take off all of them. I get that, feelings. Don't worry about lurking. I don't hold grudges over lurkers. Generally. I really don't know what's going on here. Oh, geez, if you're gonna head off, feelings, don't worry about it. I'm also just joking around. Seriously, man, make sure that you're getting your sleep in, because that could be the real killer. Okay, wait, is there anything on there? Wait, it was all equipment and then no equipment. But it should have no equipment, right? Oh, there's a chalice. Well, that was annoying. Nice radio, they don't ask me to do that again. Also, I lost my Malokian hand amulet. Not like an enormous loss or anything, but still. Not a thing I'm happy with. I get that one. I get that one. You have that's grand. Here's the scroll I promised. He gives it to you. Listen, let's get this thing on. I don't think the headmaster would approve of my methods. I'd take my leave of you. Now you just like you know you never saw me. I don't exist. herbology. Not that, I'm not really too worried about guns, because I think I have everything I need in the area of guns that I need for crafting. Everything else I can safely just grab a book and ignore. Thank you, Vanguard. Welcome, Steven. So I got late for midnight. Wait a second. These things all go down for whatever reason. Guys! Up on the OBS logo! Hmm? No, those guys are still doing what they're doing. You gotta remember. Wait, hold on, so... Yeah, they're just down there, enjoying life. The P. Shiler and Sons. Hmm. The mental college deals with manipulating the mind of another person or even beast. Incredibly useful against an adversary, the power of mental can be quite intoxicating. It is an easy power to abuse. Incredible. Unfortunately, they've already developed a smartphone app for it, so it's basically worthless now. No mana required. You don't know what they were doing? They had to know. Okay. So they had the dwarves. They were having the dwarf corpses. What's it called? Let's see here. They were having the dwarves basically collect jewelry that was in the dwarven tomb that was underneath their that their shop was built on. And that's where all their jewelry came from. The element of air surrounds our beings at all times and is unseen the most awesome force in nature. Until the winds must be an excellent student, remain highly focused on and remain respectful of the power you're being manipulated to one's will. This little area is honestly it's kind of just there, existing. See here, star, cross, OBS, less detailed star, spiral. These look some of the things surrounding the fountain. I wonder if they're related at all. there a girl Soji-san? No? I figured it was a long shot. I didn't think it'd work, but may as well just try, you know. You never know after all. You never know after all. Probably him being a ghost means he's kind of obligated to be a ghost, so Ji-san regardless. He can't help but he is. Also, they weren't slaves, Gabby. They were employees. Big difference. One gets paid and abused significantly worse than the other. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Oh, with the thing under, or with the thing above it. Something looks like kanji. Let's see here. I got a big idea of what these are supposed to be, I think. For what it's worth, I honestly still have no clue what I'm doing. Later, Gonzo. Have a nice night. Probably start dumping a lot of roughness off right now. Anyways. I still have no clue what this puzzle is. Bah! Hmm. Oh, I'm sorry that you lost your. I'm sorry you lost your streak, Abby. Hopefully you're able to maintain it better next time. Yeah, we all know Anarchy. We all know you're the longest streak of the group. Maybe. I actually don't know what everybody's streak is. Jeez. That is a long streak. Unfortunately for some of you guys, Windy is just built different. I'm sorry. Wait, how do you check your streak? Because now I'm curious. Okay. I don't think I can check what my streak is. Yeah, doesn't tell me what my streak is. Sage. of Anarchy. I'm gonna be honest. Talia is kind of disappointing. That is pretty wild in there. Okay, so I need to find the Kyoto of Lycanthropy. I hear they can be found in I don't know. Antulia. However, it appears that it's not really much you can do about it. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to get this weird old guy to talk with me. I need the ghost Toji-san to be a bit more talkative than he is right now. Hey, it's welcome, Molly. Welcome. How's it been? We learned where half ogres come from, though. see, when a mommy human and a daddy ogre are mildly indifferent towards one another, the gnomes get involved, and 9 months later, the mommy human dies. Very painfully, apparently. But she could survive through C-section. Not that she'll have to deal with the trauma once again. Only 3 times, yes, only 3 times. Then she dies. Funny when you realize that Tarant is basically just run by the gnomes at that point. Okay, so I got some stuff on here. Thieves, crescent moon, crossbow, nondescript sheep. Maybe this one? That could be it then. And then we find the crescent moon. I know, it's Pac-Man. No, it's obviously Pac-Man. Jackal! Jackal! It's a jackal! Jackal! I really don't know how this is supposed to work. Like, there's obviously a puzzle here. You can't deny the fact there's a puzzle here. But it's a weird puzzle. That isn't obvious. individual sides of each of them and make sure they're in sequence. Will that fix it? Tier X, gospel, tree. It's half circle with the line in it on the side. And I'm kinda dealing with my usual, like I'm kinda just being a bit slow right now. And I probably really never I'm gonna call it. I don't think I'm gonna finish this one. But let's see. So we start with X. And I know that X and tree can coexist with one another. Wait a second. Nah, I don't think it's a specific color combination there. X, cheese, I think. Wait, what is this supposed to be? I don't think it was that really like explain honesty. Then I just gotta do the circle. The circle with the thing on it. Guys! Guys, we need something! Progress! Progress! We need progress! Ah, that annoys me. I actually dropped my automaton. I gotta pick him back up. And for those who don't know, picking up an automaton is easier said than done. So I guess I did something there. Maybe it's color coordinated? Wait, hold on. Let's verify the specific shape before I go making assumptions. Wait, but why would it verify a specific shape? Because it doesn't really matter. Well, okay, circle with an eyebrow, with the unibrow, Pac-Man, the number 3, and a crop circle. Or the Japanese katakana character, or no, sorry, hiragana character for ro. That could work as well. It is basically just number 3, and that's definitely not it. That one's cheat, anyways. They are arcane symbols designed to perform complex magic. It does kind of look like a butt, though. Okay, let's see O with the unibrow. Is it up here? No. Well, now I just feel like I'm doing my usual thing now. I struggle. I struggle. I don't do my reps. I never do my reps. I feel dumb because of it. I guess if I'm not, I'm genuinely just looking for something to do. Well, I think my favorite part of this is I also just... Some of the symbols don't look right, and other symbols are... You know, just... not good. They're not good symbols. Now I think about it, actually, there should be about 12 symbols altogether. No, hold on. No, sorry, 4, 8, 12, 16. 16 symbols altogether. And I don't think there's that many out in the courtyard now that I think about it. I'm gonna verify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, yeah, no, all of them are there. They just look really weird, some of them. Because... I think a part of it's also because they're really low res looking. Alright, it's not funny anymore, Aniki. Back off. It's over. Okay, so. One of my favorites, is apparently a, one of my current favorite, brain rot memes is one that is a Chinese psyop. It's straight up a Chinese psyop, and they're trying to get people basically to be like, something like, this is gonna be a very China year for me, or something like that. It's really weird. I don't get it. I think it's funny though. Yeah, fireman. He puts out fires. Nothing makes them. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, you've caught me at a very Chinese time in my life. It's just like it was one of the most it was one of the most blatant psyops I have ever seen. It's just incredible. It's just incredible. No, like I can practically hear she over there just trying desperately to make this one stick. It won't stick though. And to add to things, I also really don't know which ones really do what. Honestly. Actually, wait, do all these correspond? Do the ones in front of the buildings all correspond to a specific, to the specific symbol that they're on? I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think I'm thinking this way too hard on this. And a part of me is very, I just think I'm probably wrong. There's a very good chance I'm wrong. Let's see here. I think maybe there. Maybe there. I'm gonna say on the plus though. Gee. One anarchy. I'm trying to hurt myself by streaming for extended periods without eating or drinking. Speech. I want to hurt myself so I can feel something. Every time! Wait, so does that mean that if I do this... But worker. There's no way that just works. Right. Right. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay, honestly, guys, genuinely I'm tired. I'm not feeling it right now. Maybe next week I'll break and just look up the solution. Or maybe next week I'll do something else, I don't know. Anyway. Let's take a look at our rate options. I apologize if I've been a little bit, sure. If I'm a little bit low energy today, I worked a double shift. And I also did pick up Fraser from work afterwards. So I'm kind of beat right now. 참 먹어봤어. She's playing Left 4 Dead 2. Anyways, tomorrow I will be playing Menace. Some people would say that I'm a menace. Most of those people have Hitler stashes though, so I think it should be fine. Anyways, thank you all very much for watching, and I will see you guys next time. So good.